Oh, hello there, Stephen Jones 22. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you? I had a pretty good, fulfilling day today. Hey there, Otavio. All right, I think I got things in order now. Might as well just start early, a little early. The timer is just debate. There we go. Turn off the music. Right. Game capture. Game capture is a thing that I always forget. Umineko time, yes. Yes. Uh, yeah, sorry if I don't respond right away during during the startup time because I'm usually doing stuff in the startup time. Uh, But yeah. Hopefully with less Rosa. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, we are here for emotional damage. Okay, so what happened last time? Yeah, last time we... Oh my goodness, that was a mess. So much Rosa and Maria. And just, that was hard to watch and read. Uh...
お父様は研究で大変ご多忙と仰せです。
Hey there, Natsui. Let's see. So, let's see. Last time, was it just mostly Rosa and Maria? Didn't we have a little bit of George and Shannon as well? Also had Battler and Beatrice talking with each other somehow. Right. Yeah. Not sure if they're watching or actually interacting. That'll be interesting to see. Okay. And now we're back in the mansion.
残念ながら、こちらへはおいでになれないとのことです。
Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, it seems he'll be unable to come down. Right, and last time Natsuhi was talking to Kraus, and they had mentioned they don't want to let the other siblings see Kinzo. Did Rudolph backstory? I'm blanking on that part. Oh, right. Yeah, the meeting room and all that. Yeah, that was sort of a quick little thing.
やれやれ。こちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけて、はるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。
Alright, we're discussing how he's not a scummy CEO. Gasp.
親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
Come on. We put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rockinjima during this crazy busy fall season. You'd think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable.
ほんとよね。南條先生、本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
Yeah, seriously. Dr. Nanjo, is it really his research and his mood that are the problem? He isn't already bedridden, unable to get up, right?
さて、どうでしょうかな。私の口からは何とも。
Well, I wonder. There's not much I can say. Wait, what? They weren't this secretive in episode 1, were they? Or was he? Nanjo glanced at Natsuhi. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsuhi's approval. Yeah, I feel like the entire setup is a little different.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。
Father's state of health is better than ever. It would be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden.
でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ？普通に考えれば、痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。でしょ、南條先生？
But he only has 3 months left to live, right? Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed? Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? I gotta say, sometimes people just keel over. Like they will Sometimes people just get super old and stay mobile and just like go to sleep and pass away. It's surprising. But yeah, I had I think it was an uncle that lived till he was over 100. I forget exactly how old. I have a feeling it was like 103. And he was still pretty mobile until the very end. At least as far as I know. Yeah. The human body is a strange thing.
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。金蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。あの気迫にお迎えも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
For a normal patient, that would probably be the case. But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower. Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away. It sounds like Kinzo, all right. Yeah, people can die very quickly. Yeah. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily that they just die quickly. It's I don't know. Like, well, yeah, I guess that is. I mean, of course, their system declines and all that, but still, you go from walking and talking. Oof, this is getting very dark. Unexpectedly, quickly, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then occasionally you'll get somebody who will just like, they know they're gonna pass away. They just sort of get weaker very quickly. It's like, oh, I think I'm gonna go. Let me just say bye to everybody and then I'll just go to sleep. A very weird thought train I'm having here, but it's fascinating, honestly.
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
I mean, if I'd have to go, I'd hope it'd be like that, but I don't know. Be like, well, I guess that's it. I'm going to bed. See you all never. Anyway, okay. Focus on story. Like I said, this is dark. Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we have little to worry about for the near future, right?
そこまで元気ならせめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。親族会議ってのは親父の顔を見に来たって意味なんだぜ。これじゃあ何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
Oh, if he's got that much spunk, I wish he'd at least come to greet us. Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face? Not even sure why we came now.
そう言うな。いればいたで心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろうが。兄弟一同水入らずで今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
Don't say that. If you were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of us siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone?
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right? Can't you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years?
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら、私どもがお伝えします。それとも、エヴァさん、何かお父様にお会いして、挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I will tell him for you. Or, Eva-san, Is there something you'd like to discuss with Father beyond merely greeting him?
いやね。何の話よ、もう。
Come on, what are you talking about? Yeesh.
予算か、エヴァ。夏井さん、堪忍な。エヴァも娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。ちょいと気持ちを汲み取ってな。
Give it a rest, Ava. Natsui-san, forgive us. Ava's just worried about Father's condition as his daughter. Please try and understand how she feels. I'm not sure if that's like a very, very subtle dig, or if he's actually trying to say that she's worried about him. Like pointing out that Ava is his daughter and Natsuhi is not. I don't know.
その通りだな。
I'm just not sure about him.
エヴァは親父殿が嫁を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。なるほど。その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちもわからなくない。
Hideyoshi seems nice enough that you're not sure. Yeah. Like, it could go either way. Sometimes I think he is sort of making subtle digs. But other times it's just like, I don't know. Is he a nice guy or is he not? He's a man of mystery. Indeed. Look how quickly you've grown to respect Father, now that you know how much longer he has to live. Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much.
何が言いたいのよ。
What are you trying to say?
よせよ、姉貴。晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。それに俺たちは到着したばかり。まずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。親族会議は親父抜きだってできる。いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。
Wait a minute, Aniki. Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner? Anyway, we've only just arrived. For now, we're only here for a casual greeting. We could even hold the family conference without Dad. In fact, there's a few things we siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion.
な、秀吉兄さん。
Isn't that right, Hideyoshi Nissan?
そうや。ルドルフ君の言う通りや。わしらが全員顔を揃えるのは年に一度しかない。貴重な時間を大事にし、忌憚ない話し合いをせんといかん。
Yep, just as Rudolph-kun says. This is the only time of the year we can all meet in person. We've got to take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined. They were filled with determination.
でも、その前に本家の素晴らしい調度品に囲まれた客間で、のんびりと紅茶を楽しむゆとりがあってもいいんじゃないかしら。
But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure, surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor. Kyrie's words seemed to contain a subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered there. They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. For a time.
失礼します。お茶をお持ちいたしました。
Excuse me, I've brought some tea.
よー、シャノンちゃん。
That was a very enthusiastic greeting.
ますますべっぴんさんになったな。
Hey, Shannon-chan. You just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kyrie seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kyrie took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings, who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window.
あら、ローザさん。
Oh no, not Rosa. It had to happen eventually.
兄弟で水いらずなのでは？
Oh, Rosa-san. I thought you siblings were enjoying some time alone. You must be joking.
ごめんなさい。気を悪くしないで。うちの夫に呆れてるだけだから。
Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a little exasperated by my husband. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on-the-surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still too immature for that.
だいぶ風が出てきているようですね。枝葉があんなに揺れて。
It looks like the wind's started blowing hard out there. The plants are all shaking so much.
もう台風が近くまで来ているのでしょうね。今夜あたりからはだいぶ降るのかしら。
The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already. I wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight.
マリアちゃん、この1年でずいぶん立派になりましたね。
Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year.
そう見えます。
Yeah, acting all normal.
未だに自分のお洋服を畳むことすらできないんですよ。
Does it look that way? She still can't even fold her own clothing yet.
ええ。こんなにも愛情たっぷりのお母さんと一緒なんですもの。心の豊かな子に成長しますよ。
No, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. Clueless, yes. Such a wonderful mother. Seems like such a big jab with context. Yeah. Rosa fell silent. And I wonder if that was a jab. Like, I don't know. Kyrie usually doesn't tend to jab at people. But Kyrie herself is not perfect either. Look genuine, yeah. It's hard to tell with any of them, really. Yeah, Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kyrie meant by that.
私なんて母親失格ですよ。子に生まれる親は選べない。あの子がかわいそうで。
I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. Poor girl. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't really have anything to add there. Natsui's probably most genuine of all of them by far, just based on her personality. Yeah, yeah, I'd say I agree with that. Natsui is pretty much everything is out there in the open. Can't really hide anything. Yeah, and that's exactly why she gets a little bit of flack from Kraus sometimes, I think. She wants to help, and then when it comes to the stuff with the siblings, she's not good at hiding stuff, and she sort of gets in Kraus's way even though she wants to help. So then Kraus is like, Natsui, you should leave the room for now, etc. Poor Natsuhi. She just want to help.
お互い様じゃないですか。親だって生まれる子は選べない。
Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Rosa bit her lower lip.
どちらが悪いとかじゃなくて、一緒に生きていくんだという気持ちで、ゆっくり成長を見守ってあげればいいじゃないですか。
This isn't a matter of assigning blame. Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together? I mean, it would be if she didn't beat her child.
ローザさんは毎日をマリアちゃんと過ごしてるから、小さな変化に気づかないかもしれないけれど、1年ぶりに再会した私たちには、その大きな成長ぶりがよくわかりますよ。
You spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the small changes. But the rest of us, who haven't seen her for a year, can clearly see how much she's grown.
もし本気で言ってくれてるならありがとうございます。
If you really mean that, thank you very much.
それでは失礼いたします。ご用がありましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
Then, if you'll excuse me, if there's anything else you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon didn't make any mistakes this time, and she was confident. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go, the atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit.
お父様がいらっしゃられないなら、それはそれでできる話もあるというものよ。
What does that even mean? It's very sus. Soft spot for women. I mean, I think it's just basically saying that they like Shannon, so they didn't want to show their bad sides in front of her. But now that Shannon's gone, they're just like back to grump.
ねえ、ルドルフ。
If Father can't come down, well, that does still leave us with certain things we can discuss. Right, Rudolph?
ああ、そうだな。俺たちははるばるここまで埃の匂いがする紅茶を飲みに来たわけじゃねえぜ。
Yep, that's right. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right? And did this conversation happen this early in episode 1?
よかろう。一秒を争ってお前たちがしたいという話を聞こうじゃないか。
Very well. What is this matter that you're clearly so eager to discuss?
やれやれ。たくましい人たちね。早速始めたわ。
My. Those people really are determined. They certainly got started quick.
私も加わらないといけないわ。あの人たち、私が主張しないと4人兄弟であることをすぐ忘れるから。
I need to join in too. If I don't assert myself, those people will quickly forget that there are 4 siblings.
あなたも大変ね。ちょっと言葉を選ばなかったかしら。ごめんなさい。
Sounds like you've got it pretty tough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Forgive me. Well, there. It sounds like Kyrie was making digs at Rosa. But man, that was super subtle. Like, as the person watching, I don't know how much Kyrie knows about Rosa and Maria. I wasn't sure, but it really sounds like she was pointing out flaws. I feel like she's apologizing for her past remark. Not sure. Her last remark. He was just saying about... Yeah, they all see how much she's grown, and I can't go past that. Oh, the one she just made? Wait, what? People are really determined. They certainly got started quick. Yeah, that's the last one. Then Rose is like gonna need to join in too. And Kyrie got it pretty rough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Look at them. Wait, what? Oh, I was. Am I blind? Streamer blind? Maybe, or was that back further? You know, one of the siblings? Oh, no, sorry, just rephrasing it. Ah, okay. Streamer's not blind, just derp as usual.
Mm-hmm. 気にしてません。こちらこそごめんなさい。私たち互いに娘を持つ母親同士なんだから、もっと交流しなきゃいけないのに、いっつも会えば変な話ばかりで。
No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often. Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady. Wait, mothers with daughters? What? Kyrie has a daughter? Nani? Is this the first time I'm hearing about this? And huh. What am I? Yeah, there hasn't been any mention of Rosa's daughter that I remember, or not Rosa, Kyrie's daughter that I remember. I think they mentioned her on episode 1 at least once. Ah. I must have just completely forgotten about it. I was gonna say, unless they changed Battler into a girl. Oh my. Didn't know it was that kind of novel. Oh my.
この屋敷の空気のせいよ。ここの空気を嗅ぐと、いっつも私たちはギスギスし合ってるもの。ローザさんとは親族会議じゃない席で、一度ゆっくりお茶でも飲みたいわ。
Anne just mentioned at the beginning of the game by Eva asking how she's doing, Kyrie replying that she's sick and staying with her family. Okay. Yeah, that totally slipped my mind. I mean, you can't really blame me. She doesn't really seem very relevant.
銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの。
Yeah, very small remark.
ぜひ今度招待させて。
You can blame the atmosphere in the mansion for that. Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained. Just once, I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you. When we aren't attending a family conference. There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite of mine. Please let me invite you sometime soon.
ありがとう、キリエさん。その時はぜひ。
Thank you, Kyrie-san. That sounds great.
いやーね、急に空が暗くなってきたわ。まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。もうゴロゴロ鳴ってるわ。あら、ぽつりと来たかしら。
Oh no. The sky's gotten dark pretty fast. I could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. There's already thunder. Oh? Was that one there? And where's Maria? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden. Bum, bum, bum. A normal girl would try to go inside if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if rain or even spears fell from the sky. Okay, yeah, I know. That's right, I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Yeah, things change, but Rosa still leaves her child in the rain. Oh no, Maria! Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream.
なんだ、どうしたんだね。
What? What is it?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。
Yeah, because things are definitely different now. These two events did not happen at the same time. The siblings meeting and Maria being out in the rain.
すぐ戻ります。
I'm sorry. I'm going outside for a second. I'll be right back.
なんだなんだ。どうしたってんだ、あいつ。
What the? Seriously? What's going on with her?
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。それより始めたら？私たちの本題。
Don't worry. She'll be back soon. More importantly, shouldn't we begin? Our main topic?
そうね。ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。話を戻しましょう。
That's right. We can keep talking about that without Rosa. Let's return to our discussion. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze. It told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kiri had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house, waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me. Oh, I guess this is Rosa speaking in her mind. And wouldn't worry very much. Oh. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Maria! Are you there? If you're there, answer me! I was right. She was still standing stock still. Yeah, stock still. She was still standing stock still. Say that 5 times fast. Exactly the same way she had been, in the place where I had scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I'd bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama.
ママ、おかえり。マリア、ママが帰ってくるのずっと待ってた。怖い魔女につねられたけど、我慢してママが帰ってくるの泣かずに待ってた。
Mama, welcome back. I waited a long time for you to come back. The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying.
Maria.
The witch pinched her. Arr. Maria, forgive your mama. Forgive your mama. It was Rosa, wasn't it? Oh yeah, I guess she pinched her ear. Yeah, I didn't hit her in the head. But at the same time, this was the same, like, I was thinking that Beatrice came by because in episode 1, Beatrice gave Maria the letter when she was out in the garden. Question is, did Beatrice come visit Maria this time? She also gave her an umbrella, I think. Or was that Maria's in the first place? Maybe that was Maria's in the first place. Or, no. No, she had gotten the umbrella from somebody else. I think. I'm not entirely sure.
ママは悪くないの。また悪い魔女に取りつかれただけなの。だから平気。ママ大好き。愛してる。
You didn't do anything wrong. You were just possessed by a bad witch again. So I'm fine. I really like you, Mama. I love you. Emotional damage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive your mama for losing to the bad witch.
Emotional damage.
Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. And once again, those tears dripped down after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and it might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold.
さあ、マリア。もうすぐお昼よ。ママと一緒にお屋敷に行きましょう。
Okay, Maria. It's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me?
うん。行かない。
Won't go.
どうして？
Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still, pointlessly, as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question.
ベアトリーチェがね、もうすぐ来るの。だから待ってるの。
It's Beatrice. She'll be here really soon, so I'm waiting.
マリア。
Aww. Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright.
ベアトリーチェが来るの？
Beatrice is coming?
そう。なら、ここじゃなくて、お屋敷の中で待ちましょう。いつまでもこんな風の中にいたら、風邪をひいてしまうわ。
Really? Then instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stay in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold.
来る！ベアトリーチェは来る！そしたらね、ベアトリーチェにね、お菓子あげるの。トリックオアトリートするの。ジャックオーランタンのマシュマロお菓子あげて、ハッピーハロウィーンって言うの。
Oh boy. She'll come. Beatrice will come. And when she does, I'll give her candy. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say, Happy Halloween. Oh boy. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, Ooh, ooh. Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do, as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. It was probably, no, definitely fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was... Oh? Why the different outfit? Maria dashed over to the shadow. Yeah, schoolgirl Beatrice. Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. But Rosa forgot to do that. Was unable to do anything but stand there, stunned.
久しぶりよ。元気であったか?
It's been quite some time. Have you been well?
マリアは元気。魔女は風邪をひかない。
I've been well. Witches don't catch colds.
魔女は呪いにて風邪をひかせはするが、自らがひいてはなんとも間抜けな話よ。せいぜい自らが風邪をひくことなどないよ。これからも精進するがいい。
Indeed, a witch can use curses to make people catch colds. But how foolish would it be if she caught one herself? From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rockinjima and in the Ushiromiya family. There's no way something like that, or something that stupid could be...
ベアトリーチェ、ハッピーハロウィーン。ほら、買ったの。ベアトにもあげる。
Beatrice, happy Halloween! Look at what we bought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice.
ハッピーハロウィン。ほう、これをわらわにとな。天国にも地獄にも行けず、煉獄の闇にてさまよう男の唯一の明かりも、こうして歌手となれば実に可愛らしいことよ。
Indeed, happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me? How truly adorable that a candy would be made out of this. The lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. Is this actually like the story of jack-o'-lanterns? Like what? I've never heard of that before.
人の世とも人ならざる者との世とも切り離された今のこの島で、これほどふさわしい歌詞はないかもしれぬな。
Right now, on the island that has been cut off from both the world of humans and the world of non-humans, there may be no more suitable suite.
ん？マリア、それはどうしたのか？
Maria, what's wrong with that one? Uh-oh. The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state.
おお、踏んづけて潰れちゃった。ベアトは元に戻せる？
Got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beato? Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. A chill went down Rosa's spine, as though this gaze was staring straight through her.
たやすいことよ。貸すがよい。
It shall be easy. Give it to me. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact the candy had been pitifully trampled? Yeah, chill went down Rosa's spine. Good. Maria looked as though she could, or as though she believed it could be fixed good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible.
これは見事に潰れているな。さあさあマリア、目を閉じて思い出してごらんなさい。
My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria. Close your eyes and try to remember.
本当はあんなにも素敵なお菓子だったから。思い出の中のお菓子はいつもふっくら。だからあなたも思い出してごらんなさい。本当はどんなお菓子だったのか。
Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it really? Along with those strange words, spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to. What shape had that crushed candy really had? Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. Solar flare! And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it.
もう目を開けてよいぞ。受け取るがよい。これでそなたの歌詞も元通りだ。
You may now open your eyes. Take it. With this, your sweet has returned to normal. Beatrice is always incredible. Nani? Beatrice is so incredible, yes. Hello there, Morinda. And welcome. There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? Beatrice OP, nerf please. Battler, is that you? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria.
わらわの顔が何かに似ているというのか？そうまじまじと見られては穴も開こうぞ。
Does my face seem familiar? If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait. Could this mystery woman really be...
マリア、 この菓子の代わりにそなたにはこれを与えよう。
Maria, I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me.
おお、手紙？
Letter? The witch pulled a Western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria was made to open it, the witch stopped her.
ならぬ。それを開けるときはすぐに訪れるが、それまで決して開けてはならぬ。大事に持っているがよい。そなたを黄金鏡へ誘う招待状となろう。
You must not. The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not. Take good care of it. That will be your invitation to the Golden Land.
黄金鏡、やっと連れてってくれるんだね。
The Golden Land? So you'll finally take me there.
大事にしまっておくのだぞ。誰にも見せてはならぬ。
Take it and treat it with care. You must not show it to anyone.
守る。魔女との約束は絶対に守る。
I'll keep that promise. You've always got to keep promises with witches.
そしてこれはそなたへだ。
And this is for you.
私。
Huh? Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her, or speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which was thrust before her. She'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes, used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ushiromiya family crest. It was sealed with red sealing wax, and furthermore, it had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria had called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ushiromiya head.
四兄弟の誰でもよかった。だが、ここでそなたと出会ったということは、金蔵のルーレットがそなたを選んだということなのだろう。ならば受け取るがよい。そしてその中身を、全兄弟の揃う晩餐の席上で読み上げよ。
It could have been any of the siblings. However, the fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. So take it. Then read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table, when all of the siblings are gathered.
なんですって。
What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Ava and Rudolph, and they planned to force a certain condition on Kraus to try to extort several hundred million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of us siblings are gathered? With a personal envelope that no one but the Ushiromiya head can use.
マリア、天気が崩れるぞ。ゲストハウスへ戻り、昼を待つがよい。それではローザ、後ほど会おう。その席で改めて名乗らせてもらおうぞ。
Maria, the weather is getting worse. Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime. And Rosa, we will meet again later. Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind. As though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything but pray that what had happened was just a daydream. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guest approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow.
お待ちいたしておりました。ベアトリーチェ様。
I have been waiting, Beatrice-sama. What was that? Oh. Beatrice, the mysterious visitor and 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one had been allowed to use in the past. She doesn't have her long skirt this time. It's an interesting getup she has.
久しぶりだな、源氏。
Yeah, I have to wonder what Kinzo's gonna do this time. I mean, Beatrice is quite clearly here in person. People can see her. Like, Anyway.
老いたではないか。
It's been quite some time, Genji. You've gotten old.
どれほどに老いようとも、家具は家具らしく、最後までお務めを果たすのみでございます。
No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end.
晴れの妻がお前に嫉妬したことも懐かしい。金蔵は元気か？
I remember how that man's wife used to be jealous of you. Is Kinzo doing well?
大変お元気にございます。
He's doing extremely well. The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at.
挨拶に行こうではないか。30年ぶりに互いに呪いの言葉を吐き合うもよかろう。
Oh, she's actually going to... Okay. Then let us go and greet him. I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. Yeah, she's actually gonna go meet him, straight up. I look forward to this. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following a witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead, on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Ushiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kyrie immediately realized this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kyrie and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch.
はじめまして。
It's a pleasure to meet you.
ルドルフの5歳だったか。
You were Rudolph's second wife, yes?
さようでございます。ルドルフ様の今の奥方様であられます。キリエ様でございます。
Correct. This is Kyrie-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kyrie realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Ushiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kyrie's eyes instantly open wide. Nani? Ah, solar flare! Wait, what? Oh my. Solar flare!
はじめまして。キリエと申します。初対面でしょうか。もし以前に挨拶をしていたなら、名前を忘れてしまって申し訳ございません。
Pleased to meet you. I'm Kyrie. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name.
うすうすは想像がついているくせに、わらわにあえて名乗らそうというのか
So, you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer. Kyrie thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this didn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. But if Kyrie's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kyrie silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsuki.
キリエさん、このようなところに立ち尽くして、いかがなさいましたか？
Kyrie-san, why are you standing still in a place like this? Are you not feeling well?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと魔女の肖像画に見とれていただけです。
I'm sorry. I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit.
黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか。今日の後宮家の復興は、彼女が授けた黄金がなければ成し遂げられなかったとか。お父様らしい幻想的なお話ですね。
Oh, you mean the Golden Witch Beatrice. The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revived Ushiromiya family we see today. Quite a fantastical story. Just what one might expect from father. Natsui spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous. No more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kirie now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsuhi's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with.
ごめんなさい。少し頭痛がする気がして、ちょっと休もうと思います。
Oh. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I'll rest for a little while.
あら、そうですか？なら、良い頭痛薬がありますよ。用意させましょう。
Oh, is that so? Then I have some good headache medicine. I'll get it for you. That's an interesting smile Natsui has right there. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like a smirking smile. Hmm. The hallway in front of Ginzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace. And the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
この中からどれほど出ぬのか。
How long has he been in there since last he left?
すでに数年になるかと思います。
I believe it has already been several years.
それほどまでにわらわを籠の鳥としたいか。哀れな。それを願うそなたが今や籠の鳥。書斎の亡霊ではないか。それに気づけぬとは哀れな男よ。
Is he that desperate to turn me into a bird in a cage? How pitiful. By now you're the bird in a cage. You're the ghost of this study, are you not? How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that.
あなた様と再びお会いする日までは、おそらく文字通り亡霊となっても研究を続けられるでしょう。
Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost.
愛か狂気か猛襲か。それも講じれば魔力となるか。悲しき魔術師よ。
Is it love or madness or delusion? And yet, perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough. Sad magician. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. When she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand.
ベアトリーチェ様。
なんだこれは。魔除けか。あやつめ。こんなものに頼らなければ、おのがみも保てぬというのか。
What is this? A ward against magic? Is that person unable to get by without relying on something like this? Sounds like that actually did sting quite a bit. She's looking quite shocked.
その扉はベアトリーチェ様にはおつらいものと伺っております。私がお開けいたしましょうか。
I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrice-sama. Shall I open it? Beatrice be like, well, you could have told me that before I tried to stick my hand on it.
いや、よい。あやつが勝てば、わらわは永遠の籠の鳥。あやつが負ければ、愛に狂い、すべてを失った哀れな魔術師の生涯が、笑い草となって残るだけ。
No, it is fine. If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity. If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. The life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything.
もはや金蔵もわらわさえも、ゲーム盤に並べられた駒に過ぎぬ。あとは、ルーレットの目が勝敗を分けるだけよ。ルーレットが目を見せるまで、わらわと金蔵が再会する必要はない。
Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board. All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses. Until the roulette shows its result, there's no need for me and Kinzo to meet again. Oh, come on, you're right outside his study! I feel debated. The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
あるいは、そのための魔除けなのか。なるほど。それもまた潔し。すべては今や、金蔵のゲーム盤の上よ。
But perhaps this is why he had the ward here in the first place. Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way. Why now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board.
気に入ったぞ、金蔵。そなたとのゲーム、楽しませてもらうぞ。わらわに恋焦がれ、すべての生涯を投げ出したローマ術師の最後のギャンブル。その散りざまを、楽しませてもらうぞ。
I like it, Kinzo. Allow me to enjoy my game with you. Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble of the old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life. Now 1 o'clock.
誰か。
Who is it?
失礼いたします。昼食をお持ちいたしました。
Excuse me. I have brought lunch.
入れ。
Enter.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me. After receiving approval, Cannon entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean, so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room, no matter who they were. That's why, at some point, the servants had started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Canon realized that this was absolutely true. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake, as she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feeling? Canon was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him.
お食事の用意をさせていただきます。ベアトリーチェ様。
I will prepare the meal, Beatrice-sama. Canon went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know if the witch who'd tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch, whose name had been called, laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Canon was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around.
良い匂いだな。どうやらクラウスは良い料理人を入れたと見える。
It smells good. It appears Kraus hired a good cook.
はい。近年入ったゴーダという料理人です。
Yes, he is called Goda and was employed here recently.
料理の腕が良きことは何にも勝るものよ。美食は人の世で生きる快楽の山中をなす。千年を飽きぬにはこれを欠かさぬが秘訣よ。
There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the three pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years. Canon and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt, certainly, this was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form, and had arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall.
ベアトリーチェ様。
久しぶりよの。家具のカノン。
It has been a long time. Canon, the furniture.
お久しぶりでございます。
It has been quite some time. Canon tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being. But the visit of this suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was the family conference.
何をしに現れたのかと気が気でならぬと見える。
Had too much of Rosa, time to return to the furniture talk. Oh, yeah.
そうであろう。
You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared. Am I right? No, I am furniture. I do not care. Canon didn't force an answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Canon's childish defiance.
金蔵との最後の約束を果たしに来た。
I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo.
親方様との最後の約束。
Your final promise with the master.
わらわは金蔵に山をなす黄金を貸し付けた。それを金蔵が放棄するとき、わらわは利子をつけて返却を受けることになっておる。今宵、それをもらい受けに来た。
I lent Kinzo a mountain of gold. When Kinzo gives that up, it will be returned to me with interest. I came to accept that interest tonight. Yeah, Kinzo hasn't thrown out his ring yet, which is interesting because in episode 1, I'm pretty sure it had implied that he threw out the ring before the Ushiromiya family got Beatrice's letter. I'm not sure how that figures into things. I mean, the letters are marked with the seal of the ring. Maybe just skip that scene? Perhaps. But like, here it says when Kinzo gives that up. I think he only really gives it up when he gets rid of the ring. I think that's what signified in episode 1. Him starting the roulette. It really sounds like he hasn't done that yet. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it's odd.
僕には何の話かわかりません。
I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good.
違いない。魔女の話にろくなものはないぞ。そなたは正しい。されど、魔女とハサミは使いようだ。ソロモン王のように偉業を成し遂げる者も時にはおる。
There's no mistake. Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good. You are correct. However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they are used. Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits.
最も多くの場合は童話が語るようにろくな目には合わんがな。しかし金蔵も食えぬ。わらわの利子の取り立てすらも自らの儀式に取り込みおった。わらわをも超えるとてつもない大魔術師か。さもなければ狂気に取りつかれたただの知れ者か。面白い。実に面白い。
However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales. But Kinzo is crafty. He has incorporated even my collection of the interest into his ceremony. Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me? Or else a mere fool possessed by madness? Amusing. Truly amusing. Canon couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. Bonk, bonk, bonk. One moment. Gotta turn my heater on. Getting a little chilly in here. There we go. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Could it be that you... Omega lol.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ、これを下りて鍵を探せ。
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
それはまさか魔女の碑文。
Could it be the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph.
カノン、家具である貴様なら金蔵から聞いていよう。すべてを黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。喜ぶがいい。
Yorokobe Shonen.
お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々がようやく終わる時がやってきたのだ。
Canon, since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo. The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come. Rejoice! The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived.
お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとって、ただ存在するだけの日々は苦痛に他ならない。
I believe you've wanted that for a long time. Furniture which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day, must be nothing but agony.
魂ある者にとって、写しよは固執すべきものだが、亡き者にとって写しよは苦害でしかないからのう。
To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to. But those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden. And for some reason, he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of this long-awaited day of rest. Canon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
なぜに喜ばぬ？それとも、写しよに何かの未練があるというのか？家具の分際で。
Why do you not rejoice? Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world? As mere furniture?
未練などない。僕は家具だから。
I have no regrets. Because I am furniture.
貴様は実に模範的な家具だな。よいよい。しかし、何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
You truly are a model specimen of furniture. How nice, how nice. However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all. Yeah, canon. Oh my, one more furniture. I don't know. We need like just a table with Cannon's face on it. Sort of like the Battler emote where he's screaming, crying, whatever. But with Cannon. Oh my. There's a lot of memes like that. Excellent. You post any you
未練こそ
find.
がお前の快楽だというのか。
Excellent. Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure?
その通り。1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。わらわは退屈から逃れるために人間たちの運命にブランデーや果実を練り込みケーキのように焼き上げるのだ。オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちのなんと面白きこと。
That is correct. Most witches who live for 1,000 years get tired of life. In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes. I find humans dancing to oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining.
わらわはこの方面にかけては地と知られていてな。わらわの料理の腕を見に時には遠方から珍客が見物に来ることすらあるくらいよ。言っても家具ごときには理解できぬか。
You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard. So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Talking about Burncastle, I guess. Cannon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. The furniture like that, the witch, who had come to release them from everything, was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Cannon should have been waiting for impatiently had come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Cannon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? felt a little shameful at his own naivety. To forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting. Nothing more.
シャノンは待ちわびていたはずの日に知ってはならない感情を持ち、とても辛い思いを強いられるだろう。僕たち家具を解放する日を手土産に訪れてくれたあなたに感謝する。
This day, that Shannon should have been waiting for impatiently, will probably be a harsh burden for her, giving her emotions that she must never experience. I thank you for granting me, us, furniture, the day of our release.
そしてシャノンにその日を受け入れがたくしたお前を憎む。
And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept.
お前もシャノン同様に未練に苦しませてやりたかったぞ。しかしお前は愚直に家具であり続け、わらわに籠絡されることもなかった。
I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well. Just like Shannon. However, you continued to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me.
しかし、シャノンを慕いすぎたようだな。シャノンの未練がそなたの未練となる。それはわらわへの憎悪へと変わるのか？
And yet, it seems you loved Shannon a little too dearly, right? Shannon's regrets are now your regrets. Will those feelings transform into hatred for me?
わらわを殺したくば殺してみるがよい。金蔵の家具ならばその程度の力は持っていよう。しかしわらわを殺せば家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ。そなたにそれが耐えられるのか？わらわによる解放を本当に拒むことができるのか？
If you wish to kill me, give it a try. As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right? However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity. Could you bear to live with that? Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you?
ひざまずけ。
Kneel.
何を？
What?
ひざまずき、わらわの靴に口づけをするがよい。さもなくば、わらわはこの場を立ち去ろうぞ。帰りて永遠に姿を現さぬ。のう、カノン。 そなたはそれに耐えられるのか？
Kneel and kiss my shoes. Otherwise, I will leave this place. I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity. So, Canon, do you think you could bear to live like that? And then Canon refused, and Beatrice left, and everybody lived happily ever after the end.
黄金鏡の扉が開かれれば、そなたの苦難に満ちた家具の生は終わろう。望むならば、人間としての生を与えてもよい。さすれば、もはやジェシカとは対等。貴様も知りたいはずだ。恋の味が。
If the door to the Golden Land is opened, your hard life as furniture will end. If you desire, I can even give you life as a human. After that, you will be on the same level as Jessica. Surely you want to experience the taste of love.
隠そうとも知っておるぞ。甘き恋の沼にて溺れるシャノンを見て、そなたは羨ましがっている。恋の味を知りたくてうずうずしておるのよ。
There's no point trying to hide it. After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous. You were sorely tempted to know the taste of love.
やめろやめろ、僕を再び籠絡するつもりか。
やめろ。
僕はお前を楽しませるためのおもちゃになり果てたりしない。
Stop it. Stop it. Are you trying to ensnare me again? I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement.
ほう。ならばシャノンで満足するとしよう。まいた種はそなただけではないのでな。時には実を結ばぬ果実もある。
Oh? Then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone. After all, you aren't the only one who was implanted with a seed. Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit after all.
鍵を手にせし者は、以下に従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。第一の番に、鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよ。第二の番に、残されし者は、寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, that challenging smile made it seem as though, or almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against Canon.
わからぬか？この碑文の儀式を成し遂げるには、第二の番に寄り添う2人を生贄に捧げねばならぬ。寄り添う2人は誰でもよい。夫婦でもよいし、恋人同士でもよい。誰を選ぶかは儀式のルールにのっとり、わらわが気まぐれに決めてよいことになっている。今のシャノンなら、これほどふさわしい第二の番の生贄もないとは思わぬか？
Do you not understand? For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second twilight, two who are close must be offered as sacrifices. Could be any two who are close, a husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers. According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim. Don't you think that there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second Twilight than Shannon as she is now? You dirty... Canon realized something. Until today, thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in the world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. Found less stuff than you thought you would? No matter. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to find stuff. All depends on what keywords you use. No, whom she had taught the taste of love as she killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no reason other than it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. That happens, Shannon already survived an extra Twilight than an extra one. Yeah. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. Damn.
どうするカノン。ひざまずけばシャノンを生贄に選ぶことを控えんこともないぞ。お前のような玩具を一度屈服させてみたかった。
What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice. See? I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right. She'd predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. It didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let out a look of Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. My eyes! Okay, so maybe that thought that Beatrice could be neutral, that is really starting to get shot full of holes. Beatrice so kind. I mean, I never said she was kind. I just said I was thinking that she might be chaotic neutral, but yeah, she's definitely leaning much farther towards evil now. Straight up evil. When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the parlor was filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. I feel you, Battler.
おや、大きなあくびだね。
Oh, that's a big yawn.
朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい？
Did you get up really early this morning?
ま、そんなとこだよ。緊張が解けて、雨の音を聞いてるうちに眠くなってきちまった。
Well, something like that. Now that all the tension's gone, I started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain.
緊張あんだけ態度でかそうにしてて緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
Tension? You call freaking out like that tension?
一応、俺なりにはな。
Oh, he's making me yawn. Oh, the yawns are contagious. At least it is for me. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom. But when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be.
おやおや、食事の後にすぐ横になるとサバになると申しますよ。
Resisting urge to jump scare. Oh boy. My. They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel.
冗談よせやい。ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。サバのステーキになっちまう。
Posture check. Hydrate. Okay. Yes, life-giving waters. Stop kidding around. Yoda-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight. I'd make it mackerel steak.
熊沢さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
Kurosawa-san, he looks pretty tired. Could you get him a blanket?
さあ、どうぞ。
Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle.
本当に眠かったんだね。何時かに起きる？起こしてあげるよ。
You really were sleepy. When would you like to wake up? I'll wake you.
いや、特に希望は。なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし、なんにもねえんなら、ずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいって。おやすみ。
Can't say that I've got any particular requests. You can wake me up if you need something from me. And if you don't, just let me sleep forever. Night. I feel that. I feel that so hard.
バトラン寝ちゃうの？お昼寝？お昼寝？マリアもする。
Battler's sleeping. A nap? A nap? Ooh, I'll do it too. Very, very excited over a nap. Okay.
こらマリア。バトラは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。熊沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな。
Hey, Maria. Battler's sleepy, but you gotta leave him alone. Kumasawa-san, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV.
ちぇ、せっかく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。こいつ、今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全然ねえな。
Sheesh. And just when we finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years. This guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? Is he the main guest? X'd it out.
聞こえてるぞ。のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。何もすることがねえってことは、つまり、俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
I can still hear you. We took it easy eating lunch. There's even a typhoon and rain outside now. Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet.
それはどうかな。何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。
I wonder about that. If you have a passive attitude like that, and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right?
違うぜ。そういう意味じゃない。なんつうのかな。こういう時、俺はこう思うことにしてる。出番じゃねえんだよ。こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。だったら、舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
No, that's not what I mean. How should I put it? At times like this, I like to think about it this way. It isn't my turn. If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage. So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage. I I feel like Battler does have an idea of what's going to happen.
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。自分から進んで舞台に上がらなきゃ。
You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on stage.
そういう意味じゃねえ。今は俺の出番じゃねえって言いたいのさ。悪いな。眠くて思考がめちゃくちゃだ。勘弁してくれ。
That's not what I meant. Trying to say it's not my turn yet. Sorry, I'm really sleepy. My mind's a mess. Give me a break. Munja. Episode is titled Turn of the Golden Witch, by the way. Yeah.
確かに眠くてなんだか支離滅裂なことを言ってるね。もうそっとしてあげようよ。
No kidding. You're so sleepy you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now.
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だよ。ちょっとそのあたり本格的にバトラーと議論したいけどな。
Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I've got serious issues with what Battler's saying.
寝ぼけてるだけだよ。深く考えちゃダメさ。
He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously.
なんかさ、自分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな根性。なぜだかすっげえうぜえって思って。
It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off. Distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. Gray rose garden. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのかい。じゃあいつ君は舞台に上がるんだよ。
So, it just wasn't your turn yet? Is that it? Then, just when will you get up on stage? Long quotation mark? Oh, turn to the old. I see. In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage? Wow.
もうやりたい放題じゃねえかよ。なんだこりゃよ。めちゃくちゃじゃねえか。
Dang. It's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all this? It's all screwed up. Oh, okay. So, okay, now it seems like Battler is not in control of his, I don't know what to call the other Battler. Hell is all this? It's all screwed up. Rah, rah. So it seems more like they're watching or they may as well be watching a video of what's going on. Beatrice is like the puppet master, controlling everyone how she pleases, and Battler's just reacting up here. I guess.
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が実に滑稽だったのでな。
Well, well, maybe he can. Maybe he still is in control of himself in the scenario. But maybe he also has awareness of what's going on outside of the scenario. And what things are different. I don't know. I can't tell yet.
指し手を変えてみたまでよ。
I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 18 or 19 people. I just tried changing my opening move, no more.
そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は、単にわらわが駒としてゲーム盤に並ばなかったからというだけのこと。ならばこうして、クイーンを先に指せばいいだけの話ではないか。初手にてクイーンに道を開けるは、チェスの王道ではないか。
Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board. So, all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen like this. Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess?
ふざけやがって。こんなの認められるわけねえじゃねえかよ。魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきただと。ふざけるじゃね
え。Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me.
なんだなんだ。前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたに過ぎん。初手にてもう降参か。
くそったね。
What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start?
ふざけるな。誰が降参なんかするかってんだ。上等な指し手だぜ。好きに進めればいいじゃねえか。
You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead and just move however you like.
なるほどな。まだまだお前の手番は終わってないってわけだ。好きに手を進めりゃいい。今のうちに十分な陣形を築いとく。
Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation while you still can.
俺が必ずしのぐ。必ず詰める。言い訳なんてされたくねえ。存分に来やがるってんだ。
I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses.
まだまだこの程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぜ。そうさ。さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直したように見えたが、実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせていて、芝居がかった方法ですり替えて、あたかも魔法で直したみたいに見せただけかもしれない。
You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right. Just now, it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. But you might have actually had another one of the same candy hidden in your pocket, and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you'd fixed it with magic.
ああ、そうさ、そうに決まってる。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだぜ。
Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's useless. It's all useless.
ほほう。ローザは菓子が蝶に散る瞬間を見たぞ。
Oh. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct?
知らねえよ。そんなのは幻覚か手品か。さもなきゃ見間違いだろ。大した問題じゃねえ。
Who cares about that? That was a hallucination or a trick. Or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem. Man, my guy Battler is here doing Olympic gymnastics in his mind. He's going to surpass the Olympics.
説明のつかぬ部分はさまつと切り捨てたか。
The Olympics are going to open up a new stage just for him. Mental gymnastics.
なるほど。それがそなたの受け手であるな。
So you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial? I see. Is that your move in response to mine?
墓穴を掘ったぞ。後ろ宮バトラー。お前の手番はまだ先だぞ。もうしばらくわらわの手番を進めさせてもらう。まだまだこれからだぞ。魔女の手番は。
You've dug your own grave, Ushiromia Battler. Still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun. The turn of the witch. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence, with no sound except that of the rain.
いや、そんな人間には一度も会ったことはないぜ、姉貴は。
No, I haven't met a person like that even once. Aniki?
会ったことなんてないわ。キリエさん、本当なの？
I haven't met them. Kirie-san, is that true?
私もちょっと玄関ホールに出た時に挨拶をしただけです。20歳ちょっとくらいに見えたわ。私は名乗ったんだけど、彼女は名乗らなかった。源氏さんに案内されて2階へ登っていくのを見たの。
Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor.
なら源氏さんを見つけて直接話を聞いた方が早いやろ。しかし妙な雲行きになってきよったな。
Oh, it'd probably be faster to find Genji-san and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, he'd sneered that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her lookalike, the witch in the portrait. Ah, my eyes.
そいつは自分が肖像画の魔女様だと。
It's weird. Like, the portrait keeps changing. Sometimes it's the schoolgirl version, and then sometimes it's normal Beatrice version. Was only Rosa sure Ava would be dismissing it as hallucination, making jabs at her? Yeah. I thought that was gonna happen for sure. Well, I mean, until Kyrie saw her. Is this person trying to say she was the witch of the portrait herself?
私はそういう意味で笑ったんだろうと理解したわ。私とは初対面でも、私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife.
姉貴、本当にそんな奴は知らないんだな。
Aniki, you really don't know anyone like that?
くどいわよ。そんな金髪女、この屋敷に出入りしたところなんて見たこともない。
You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion.
そんなようなことはどうでもええで。問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、お父さんの財産管理人を名乗った場合の方や。
That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem is what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice. She starts calling herself the manager of father's assets.
あるいは愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもりかしら。いずれにせよ、とんでもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだものね。兄さんが呼んだの？それともお父様が？
Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter and demand that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Did Nissan bring her here? Or did father?
まずいな。俺たちは兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思ってきた。しかしこれじゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Aniki like in our talks. But this takes us back to square one.
あなたが私の知らないところでどんな策謀を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど、どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy.
ああ、その金髪姉ちゃんが晩飯の席で突然現れて俺らの度肝を抜くのに比べたら、今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
Yeah, better to have some time to prepare and have that blonde-haired Nei-chan suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us.
何しに現れたかわからへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。向こうの狙いは何なんや。
Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make. What would she be after?
決まってるでしょ。お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。その娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。 妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。
Isn't it obvious? He's going to claim that she's the rightful heir to Father's inheritance. Father is still captivated by Beatrice. If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he'd want to leave all his fortune to her. She might even thrust some strange will in front of us.
そりゃ、裁判沙汰にすれば、半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど。多分、決着するまで遺産分割はできなくなるわよ。それは困る。私も、ルドルフも。もちろんローザもね。
If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it. A quarter of a half. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. But why only a quarter of a half? Or you could just say 1/8. But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled. We can't have that. I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph. And the same goes for Rosa, right? Half of Beatrice, quarter of the other half of each sibling. I don't know why it would be divided like that, though. I mean, if it was 1/5 to each of them, then I could see that, but why is one sibling... Should she be the actual heir? Yeah. Weird. I mean, I guess... Like, if it's going into the will like that, like, she could get everything, and then they're fighting it to get some of it themselves, since they're biologically related. It seems weird that they could either get some of it, but not an equal share. Or, I don't know. Or if she was just the actual only heir of the inheritance, like on a will. Seems weird that they could get any of it. I don't know. My brain is too tired for this right now.
俺たちはそれぞれの都合で早急にまとまった金がいる。
I'm struggling to make sense.
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。なら、狙いは何だ？キリエ、読めるか？
Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons. It's our biggest weak point. So, what are they after? Kyrie, can you guess?
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right? More than anything else, they needed a lot of money. Or, I forget what that was exactly. Something along those lines.
キリエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金がいるようになることもあるんや。それを分かっていな。
Hey, son. In a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive. Please understand that. He's not really on the offensive, though.
なーに、ルドルフ。キリエさんには話してなかったの？
What's this, Rudolph? You didn't tell Kirie-san about it?
すまん。隠してたわけじゃないんだ。実はちょいとした。
Sorry, I wasn't really hiding it. Actually, it was kinda...
いいわ。あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから、それをこの場では追求しない。それよりキュームは黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ？
It's alright. If you decided this wasn't something you needed to tell me about, I won't press you about it right here. What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right? Yeah, Kirie will remember that. Yeah, she won't press about it right here. But you can be sure she'll press about it later.
Emotional damage!
Never going to financially recover from this.
ああ。俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか。
Wrong one. Are you thinking of the
I will send you to Jesus.
Yeah, now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? That's it. Yeah. Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kirie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Oh?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is it time to spin? That was the one. Nice. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling. But every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kirie's advice. For a while, Kirie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering.
今日の今日まで彼女が訪れることが伏せられていた以上、彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える目的があった。それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのかは分かりかねるわ。
Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today, she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some other way. Or in some way. We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative.
でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。ということは、彼女の目的は対応を打たれると不利になるものらしい。わかる？
However, her coming was kept secret until today, which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her. Something we might have done if we'd known beforehand. So her goal is probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her. Understand?
なるほどな。
Kirie thinking she's so smart. No, this is just literally a witch coming to collect her her interest.
例えば、親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁の認知とそれを証明できるものだとか、それが揺るぎないもので盤石な証拠だというなら、むしろそれは予告するはずだろうよ。
I get it. So if she had a will that father had already written, or something that could prove she's a blood relative, if she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you'd think she'd announce it beforehand. Why are you so sure she's a witch? Witches don't exist, right? Yeah.
そうね。
I gotta wonder how that witches don't exist thing is gonna play out. Because like, I imagine Burn Castle will not be the last other witch we see. There was at least one other mentioned. I think, yeah, the one that Burn Castle fought. How is Battler supposed to keep that up for 6 more episodes?
むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて、グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。それができるならね。
That's right. On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer or an expert and thrust some completely undeniable proof before us. If she could.
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。道理や。絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで。回りくどい切り方はむしろ切り札を曇らせるもんや。
The mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that our foe can't win with a frontal assault. Makes sense. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact.
結論から言うと、皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に直接もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると予想されるわね。おそらく向こうはそのインパクトだけでこちらを圧倒できるつもりでいる。しかしその何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
Skipping to the conclusion, we can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise. Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's mind. Oh yeah, you're gonna be faced with a huge surprise, alright. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of this shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. Oh, Kyrie.
つまり、そこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. These people are all so clueless. Oh, did I type it wrong? Yeah, where's my clueless emote? Well, this is horrible. Where is clueless? I can't seem to find it. Did it get removed? I didn't get any notice of it being removed. Hold on, let me add that back quick. There we go. That should do it. Now it probably won't show up on screen, but there we go. Now it's showing in chat. I could have sworn I had that here before. So it must have got stealth removed or something.
Anta wa honma atama no kireru o hito ya. これだけでも分かればだいぶ心強いで。つまり 相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
You really got brains. Even understanding just this much is really reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace.
結局のところ、非常にシンプルな結論よ。相手が何を切り出そうとも、焦らず冷静に対応する。交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。これじゃあ、相手の思考を読めたとはとても言えないわ。
In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly, without rushing things. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this.
いいや、相変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば、余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
Come on, just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know we've got a little leeway to attack, it helps us relax a bit.
わからないのは、彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか、それとも彼女を呼んだのは他でもないクラウス兄さん自身なのか。もし後者だったなら、随分と厄介なことになるかもしれないわよ。
What we don't know is how she's connected to Kraus Nissan. Will it be a surprise for Kraus Nissan too? Or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome.
そうね。謎の女を親族会議の当日にこっそり呼びつける。いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
Kraus will be very surprised as well. Yeah, just a tad. That's right. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Nissan would do.
兄貴、こうしよう。女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り、俺らはその女のいかなる身分も認めない。
Aniki, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way.
それが最善ね。現に桐江さんに対して名乗ってすらいない。正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会議がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
That would be for the best. Already, she's refused to introduce herself to Kyrie-san. We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman. Refused to introduce herself to Kyrie-san. I have to wonder if Kyrie actually told them how that happened. I mean, she basically said she was Beatrice without saying she's Beatrice. Straight up.
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。お父さんの血が流れてることが、例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
You might even show us proof that she's a blood relative. If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do.
証明物なんかいくらでも偽装を疑える。仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。少なくとも今の六軒島でそれを証明することは不可能だ。
It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked. And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in the document is the person we see, we need to check their condition at a hospital. At the very least, it would be impossible to prove that now on Rockinjima. I see where Battler gets his ability to ignore reality.
その通りね。つまりこういうことよ。今の六軒島では何が示されても真実だと受け入れることはできない。台風が去って叱るべき場所で証明してみせるまで何も信じられないってことよ。
Runs in the family. You're right. So in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rockinjima, it can't be accepted as truth. We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place. Oh man, they all huffing that copium.
そういうので揚げ足を取りまくるのは姉貴の得意技だな。任せるぜ。
Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Anaki's specialty. We'll be counting on you.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたも協力するのよ。私たちにはお金がいる。それも急ぎまとまった額が。私たちは運命共同体よ。こんなところでひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産のあてをぶち壊されてたまるもんですか。
Are you joking? You'll be helping too. We need the money. We need it quickly and a large sum. Our fates are all tied together in this. As if we just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after. Rudolph and Ava always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kyrie noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Same, Kyrie. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Ava said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head. So, in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now on Rockinjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. It reminds me of someone. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lie. So does that mean that right now, on this Rockinjima, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Oh my goodness. Is it the legendary Poopy PP69? Hello, and welcome. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. Oh yeah, and thank you for the follow the other day. I noticed you followed Poopy PP 69. I appreciate that. Thank you. On this island, which had been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kige couldn't think of the smile that had appeared on that woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling that my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise. One that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Are you not so clueless after all? Perhaps.
Maria.
Oh, okay, yeah, so we finally catch up with Rosa and Maria, who have just disappeared from the entire world for I don't know how long. I guess they probably came in and met back up with everybody else. Or wait, yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, because Maria was in there with all the other cousins. I'd forgotten about that. But why are they back in the entrance hall?
今日のお昼にお外で私たち会ったわよね。女の人に。あれは誰？
Maria, around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right? A woman. Who was she?
Bruh.
Indeed, bruh.
おお、何度も言ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
I said it over and over. Beatrice. Wait, does that mean she's been asking over and over who that was? Really? Bruh. Of course the answer is still the same, yeah.
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that?
おう、毎年会ってる。
I met her every year.
毎年？この六軒島のお屋敷で？
Every year? In this mansion on Rockinjima?
おう。
じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
I don't know what ooh means. Is that true?
うん。
She still said ooh. But apparently yes.
いつから会ってるの？何年前から？
How long have you been meeting her? How many years ago did it start?
おお、わかんない。
I don't know.
わからない？どうして？去年？一昨年？
もっと前から。おお。
Oops. Don't know. What do you mean? Was it last year? 2 years ago? Longer than that. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on the island, so there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet, Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. Okay, now the portrait is back to normal dress Beatrice. Why does the painting swap? Is this important? Or is this just lol random? That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us noticed it? You can see the portrait on the background of the conversation too. Don't think it ever changed there. Yeah, I don't think it's ever changed in the image of the entranceway. Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the rose garden, as the typhoon grew near and the winds roared?
マリア、あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。会って何をしてるの？
Deny her, Rosa. She's not real. Yeah, that was interesting that it put that in there. Strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. It's interesting that it was written that way. Maria, you said you met with her every year. What do you two do when you meet?
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり、魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
We sing songs and learn magic. And I learned how to draw magic circles.
そう。それはすごいわね。マリアがよく自由帳に落書きじゃない、魔法陣を書いたりしてるわよね。それも彼女に教えてもらったの。
Really? That's incredible. Maria, you often draw scribbles, magic circles in your notebook, right? Did she teach you that too?
はい。ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。ほらほら、見て見て。
You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come on, look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things, and while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Maria's so happy to share her hobby with Rosa. Look, here! Beatrice drew it! Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rakanjima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria.
マリア、その魔女のベアトリーチェはここに住んでいるの？それとも私たちのように島の外に住んでいるの？
Maria, does the witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us?
おう、ベアトリーチェはロッケン島の魔女だからこの島に住んでる。
Beatrice is the witch of Rakanjima, so she lives on this island.
じゃあ親族会議のない日にもこの島にいるというのね。
So you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the family conference, right?
うん。
ふうじゃわからないでしょ。どうなの？
I don't know what ooh means. Yes or no?
うん。
Again, she responds with ooh. That's not a yes. And yet it says yes. And Rosa understands it as yes. Ooh, yeah.
うん。
Yes. Ooh. As opposed to ooh. Yeah. What in the... What in the... I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's not butter. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on the island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? My eyes!
ママ？ママ？どうしたの？ママ？
Mama, Mama, what's wrong? Mama!
頭が痛い。
My head hurts. Man, ironically, everybody is getting a headache except for Natsuki. We had... Or wait, who got a headache before this? Was it Kyrie? Yeah, I think it was Kyrie. And then Natsuki offered to give her some headache medicine. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days has been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled the Western envelope out of her pocket. Let's see. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. And its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held. It meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from Father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it? And why did she give it to me? That's right. That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to Father's inheritance. Actually, since she'd received it from a woman calling herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money. I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing Father's inheritance while he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. Oh, you have no idea. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table, with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that'd be breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva Nissan and Rudolf Nissan too. Yeah, that is a terrible idea. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. I mean, first off, you want it to be opened up in front of all the siblings so that they can't doubt you or doubt the validity of the thingamajiggy. Well, I mean, they can still doubt it, but yeah, I don't know, it makes it harder for them to pin it on you or whatever. When I gulped and put my hand to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve, and I let out a small scream. Whee!
マリアなの。驚かせないで。何？
What? Maria, don't scare me like that. What is it?
ダメ。
You mustn't. In Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine.
ベアトリーチェはママに、その手紙は晩餐で読みなさいって言った。魔女の約束は破っちゃダメだよ。
Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch.
違うわよ。ちょっと封筒を見ただけじゃない。約束は守るわよ。ママもいつもマリアに約束は守りなさいって言ってるもんね。ママももちろん約束は守るわよ。
That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. Of course I keep my promises.
うん。ママはいい子。
Yeah, Mama's a good girl. I wonder if Maria is possibly starting to become a witch? I mean, after all, she did say about she was learning magic. And that would make a little more sense when she turns into her witch persona. I mean, it's still completely possible that it's just all in her head, but I don't know. How is a witch made anyway? I mean, Bernkastel sounded like she was made into a witch. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
その笑い方、可愛くないからやめなさい。
That laugh. It isn't cute, so stop it. It isn't cute, so stop it. Okay. Seems like a weird thing to tell your daughter. But, okay.
おー。
そういえば、マリアも封筒をもらったわよね。中にはなんて書いてあったの？
Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria. What was written inside?
開けてない。ベアトリーチェは開ける時が来るまで開けちゃダメって言った。だから大事に持ってる。うん。
I haven't opened it. Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes. I'm taking good care of it. What was her exact wording on that? Because if it's only until the time to open it comes, what if Beatrice just gave her the letter to see if she would ever open it? That sort of sounds like something Beatrice would do. Like, she can open it or she can not. It doesn't actually matter. But it's more interesting to Beatrice find out whether she does or not. Otherwise, I don't know what a sealed letter would be any good for, even to a witch. Hmm.
そう。マリアはベアトリーチェの言うことはちゃんと聞くのね。
I see. You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria?
うん。マリアはベアトリーチェの弟子だから、お師匠の言うことはちゃんと聞くの。
I'm Beatrice's disciple. I listen well to what... Yeah, well, to what my teacher says. Oof. Emotional damage. Yeah, she listens to Beatrice, but not her mother.
So.
I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it, as Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
ママは約束を守るわ。だから安心するようベアトリーチェに言ってね。
I'll keep my promise. So tell Beatrice not to worry, okay?
伝える。
I'll tell her.
ねえマリア、ベアトリーチェとお話をしたいんだけど、どうすれば会えるのかしら。
Hey, Maria. If I wanted to speak to Beatrice, how could I meet her?
知らない。ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから、いつも突然姿を現すの。マリアからは会う方法を知らない。でもね、いつもマリアのことを見てるの。だからマリアが困っていると、後できっと助けてくれるの。きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。
No, I don't know. Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly. I don't know a way to get her to meet me. But you know, she's always watching me. So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards. She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. I always feel like somebody's watching me.
その笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. Darn it, Rosa! That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes. Color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. He swore that, at least until they left this island, he would not leave Maria alone. He couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. That was a good timing on the music. It's now 6 o'clock.
Maria, 戻ってこねえな。
Okay, I gotta go use the bathroom quick. I'll be right back in like 2-3 minutes. And we'll see what's going on with the cousins. All right, I am back. But Maria is not.
またローザおばさんに叱られてるのかな。
Maria still hasn't come back. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around, chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much, acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch, because Rosa had cautioned her several times. Times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her too much in front of people, and not to scold her much in front of people. More often, he would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So, since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6 o'clock. Of course, they couldn't imagine she had been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. Ayaya! She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor.
ひょっとするとバトラ様がお目覚めになって一緒に遊ばれているのかもしれませんね。
Atler spent the whole afternoon napping. Envy? Yes. Maybe Battler-sama woke up and they've been playing together.
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。
After all, Maria-chan thinks of Battler-kun as a new friend.
そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったんだよ。
You must have had a lot of fun when she played Halloween with Battler-kun at the airport.
バトラもずいぶんはしゃいでたな。あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は昔から全然変わらねえぜ。
Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself. Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit.
そうですね。バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
That's true. I get the feeling Battler-sama was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago.
シャノンは6年前のバトラ君のこと覚えてるんだ。
Shannon, do you remember what he was like then?
ええ、何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。
Accidentally skipped Shannon. Yes, because he was, well, very energetic.
シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
I also remember the four of us playing together 6 years ago. Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then.
そうだな。今よりしっかりしてた気がするぜ。
That's right. I get the feeling she was even more dependable than she is now.
それはあの頃はいろいろと失礼いたしました。
Back then, I didn't truly understand my place, so I did quite a few rude things.
いいよ、そんな礼儀云々は。仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕らはあの頃から変わらない仲良しで居続けたいね。
Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense. When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking your break and with us, like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly. Just like the old days.
そうだぜ。使用人のシャノンとオフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろう。奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。私はシャノンとは うん。サヨとは一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
That's right. There's nothing wrong with acting differently, depending on whether you're the servant or whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sayo. You aren't a slave. You're just working as a servant, right? I think of you, Shannon, no, Sayo, as my oldest friend.
ありがとうございます、お嬢様。
Thank you very much, milady. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from both of them. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky.
カノン君はまだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking.
いや、もうよしてくれよ。まあ私も雰囲気に流されてたところはあったと思うしさ。まあシャノンたちのことを見て、ちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれねえな。
Well, come on, quit it already. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice. You know, after watching you two, might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling I was getting left behind.
私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。それよりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じなんだよ。だいぶいい感じなんだろ。
But forget about me. More importantly, how's it going between you two? Looks like it's going pretty good, huh?
どうなんでしょう。
I wonder.
うん。とてもいい感じだよ。
Yes, it's going very well. George the Chad. I need a Chad George emote now. Like, yes, things are going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly to make anyone envious.
焼けるぜ。ってことはシャノンもそのうち寿退社ってわけなんだ。
Dang, I'm jealous. So does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon?
どうなんでしょう。私には
I wonder. I'm
どうなんだろうね。僕にもわからないね。
Oh, there's a good question. I wonder what she'll say. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough.
僕には夢がある。それは一国一城の主になりたいというビジネス的な野望だけじゃない。生涯を共にできる伴侶と幸せな家族を築きたいという夢もある。
I have a dream. I have a dream. I don't mean just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business. I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner that I can spend my life with.
子供は最低でも2人欲しいとか、 家族で一緒にできるスポーツをしたいねとか、他にもいろいろ。そんな話をよくシャノンとはするよ。こんなことを話すと、いつもシャノンには気が早いですねと笑われるんだけど。
I want 2 kids at the very least. It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family, and many more things beside that. I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing. Though every time I do, she always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself.
僕はこの年のうちからもうなぜか落ち着いた老後のことを考えてしまうんだよ。元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと、そういうものに囲まれていつまでもシャノンと二人ゆっくりと余生を送れたらなって。
For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age. With healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place. If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that, together with Shannon forever.
そりゃ確かに気の早い話だぜ。でも、なんていうのか、ジョージ兄さんらしい話だな。
Yeah, you're definitely getting ahead of yourself. But how should I say it? It sounds like you, George Nissan.
そんな家族に囲まれたらさぞ素敵でしょうね。私が思い描いていた理想の家族もそんな感じだったと思います。
Being surrounded by family like that would probably be so wonderful. The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
まあ、水を差すわけじゃねえけど、秀吉おじさんはともかく、エヴァおばさんとかどうなわけ？説得は大変じゃないの？
Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys, but Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you going to do about Aunt Ava? Won't it be pretty tough to win her over? Shannon has PTSD.
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。シャノンは僕が幸せにする。それに誰の許可が？
There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that. No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my partner. I will bring Shannon happiness. Whose permission do I need for that? George the Chad strikes again. Feels like George on some copium right there. True. He is both chatting and on copium at the same time.
ジョージ兄さん、かっこいいぜ。よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
Whoa, George Nisa, that was cool. Can't believe you can say stuff that embarrassing out loud. I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past.
男子、3日合わざれば刮目して待つべしさ。僕だって成長する。シャノンを幸せにするために僕はもっともっと勉強してふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
As they say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely. I grow as much as anyone. I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves. The one who can bring her happiness. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red, and he scratched his head.
ジョージさん。
大丈夫。母さんは確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。親族全員に君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
It's okay. I'm sure Mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me. You'll see. I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner.
すっげえな。シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
Awesome. I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously.
そこまで言ってもらえて、恐縮です。
I'm very grateful that you're willing to go so far.
っていうかよ、私はお邪魔虫なんじゃないかって気がしてきたぜ。席を外した方がいいか？
Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here. Maybe I'd better leave, huh? As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she'd spent too much time on her break.
すみません。私、お勤めの時間を忘れておりました。これで失礼します。
I'm sorry. I forgot it was time for work. Then, if you will excuse me. At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room.
シャノン、またいつもの時間に、いつもの場所で。
Shannon, again at the usual time, at the usual place.
はい。失礼します。
Yes. Excuse me.
もしもし、ジェシカです。ああ、ゲンジさん。はい。シャノンは今そっちに戻ってますよ。私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。叱らないでやってください。ええ。はい。
Hello, it's Jessica. Genji-san. Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now. We held her up, so please don't scold her. Yeah, yes.
そっか。もうじき夕飯の準備の時間なんだね。
See. So it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner. Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference.
納得できません。どうして私が直接お届けに上がってはならないのですか?
I can't accept it. Why can't I deliver it directly? Oda-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest could enter his study. So while Goda-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight, there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest. He'd been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. I assume this is Kumasawa-san speaking. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Kanon-san had gone in his place. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. So heartrending, Goda-san. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
熊沢さん、油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか？
Kumasawa-san.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, I want to be important too. Lol, no. Denied. Kumasawa-san, if you have enough free time to dawdle about, please get the dining hall ready. Is the tablecloth set?
これは失礼を。
My apologies. A little springy noise. What the heck? When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様と全く同格のお方です。ルールも親方様のそれと同じものを尊ばなくてはならない。
Beatrice-sama is exactly of the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master.
ゴーダは自分の仕事に専念し、親族の皆さんのお相手をするように。
Goda-san, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives.
そのようなお客様相手に、源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を生かせていいのですか？もし何かの粗相があったら失礼にあたります。
I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji-san, but is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest? If she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing.
確かに彼らの年季は長いですが、しかるべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。正直に申し上げて、お客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
I know they've served here for a long time, but that doesn't mean they've trained in the proper areas. If you'll allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. Go to spreading the emotional damage. Yoda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked, Genji, went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Yoda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. Times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Cannon. Yoda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Cannon's voice from behind her. Cannon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way.
言わせておきなよ。最低の男だ。
Not to say it, the man's scum.
でも、接待の基礎の勉強になるし、合田さんはたくさん勉強してるから、とても参考に。
But we could learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him. Goda-san has learned so much, so he'd be a great reference.
姉さんは優しいね。
Nei-san, you sure are nice.
それより、貴賓室のお客様が、ベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
More importantly, is the guest in the VIP room really Beatrice-sama, as they say?
うん。昼食の配膳に行かされた時にあった。間違いなくあいつだったよ。
Yes. I met her when I was sent to serve her lunch. There can be no doubt it's her.
そう。お元気そうだった？
Really? Was she doing well? Cannon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a Cupid of love, who had granted her magic to establish her relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Cannon already knew. The witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. A poor clueless Shannon. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else, too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love, while fully aware that they would fail. And she said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
Shannon. あいつは親方様の何かの怪しげな儀式をし、きっと想像もできない恐ろしいことをする。それには誰も抗えない。
Shannon, she's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the master, and you can bet it'll be something too horrible to imagine, and no one will be able to resist.
何の話なの？
What are you talking about?
あいつはやってきたんだ。親方様が求めた。 黄金鏡の扉を開き、全てを黄金鏡に戻すために。あいつは僕に確かにそう言った。
She came here. She came here as the master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, and so that everyone would be returned to the Golden Land. He definitely said that to me. In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what opening the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything, without having to ask a single question. And because of that, he felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief.
そうだ。どうして今になって。
How could... Why? Why now?
だから言ったんだ。僕らは家具だって。人間の真似事なんかして恋なんかするから、僕たちの役目の終わるこの日を素直に受け入れられない。
Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Because you acted like a human, because of love, you're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end.
いつかこの日が訪れることをかつては願ってた。
We are furniture.
Bruh.
でもいつまで経っても訪れなくて、私たちはいつまで家具として苦しめばいいのかわからなくて。だから私思ったの。安息の日なんて永遠に訪れないんだって。
Once, I wished this day would come, but it never came, year after year. I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure suffering as furniture, so I thought that day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity. I mean, Canon could have made it happen. He could have made the witch leave. But no, we are furniture. Yeah. Darn it, Canon. It's all Canon's fault. It's all Canon's fault. Oh my. No, I pity these kids. It's like they're basically brainwashed from who knows when. Probably like all the kids at the orphanage are brainwashed into this we are furniture mindset, and they wait for the doors of the Golden Land. Oh my. What if they actually are furniture? Pinocchio. There's a whole orphanage of Pinocchios. Oh my. I guess Pinocchio's not really furniture, but you get the idea. Oh yeah.
僕だってそう思ってたさ。でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。だから僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。なのに姉さんは忘れた。
I thought the same thing, but I believed it would definitely come someday. So I never forgot that I'm furniture. But Nei-san, you did forget.
私が悪いのね。私が。
It's my fault, isn't it? It was I who...
ああ、姉さんが悪い。姉さんさえ恋を覚えなかったら、僕たちはようやく訪れた今日を喜び合うはずだった。姉さんがくだらない未練を作ってしまったんだ。 必ず去らなければならない世界なのに。
Yeah, it's your fault, Ne-san. If only you hadn't experienced love, we'd both be happy that this day had finally come. You built up too many pointless regrets. Even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday.
儀式は今夜始まるの。
Will the ceremony begin tonight?
あと、あいつは僕に言った。今夜、ジョージ様は姉さんに婚約指輪を贈るだろうって。
Yes. And she said one more thing. Tonight, George-sama will probably give you an engagement ring, Ne-san. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today. And surely he would hand it over tonight.
あいつは、姉さんとジョージ様を第二の番の生贄に使うつもりで二人の仲をくっつけたんだ。わかる？姉さんはあいつにそそのかされた上、利用されたんだよ。
She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second twilight. Get it? She tempted you and took advantage of you.
そうだったの。考えたこともなかったわ。
I see. I never thought of that.
でもあいつは言ったよ。もし今夜、その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら、姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束した。僕たちが揃って黄金鏡へ行ける確率はとても低いと思う。
But she told me. She promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice, Ne-san. I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim.
13人が生贄になる。生き残るのは5人だけ。その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。でも、姉さんだけでもその約束が得られるなら、確率はもっと上がる。
There will be 13 sacrifices. Only 5 will be left alive. The chances of us being part of that group are tiny. But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise.
僕はかけたいんだ。
I want to take that bet.
黄金鏡には救いがある。僕たちはそこへたどり着き、人間を手に入れるんだ。そして姉さんと2人で人間としての人生を歩みたいんだよ。そうすれば本当の恋だってできるかもしれない。
Our salvation is in the Golden Land. We're gonna reach that place and gain humanity. And then, I want to live life as a human, together with you, Ne-san. If we do that, we might be able to find true love. Cannon is competing with Battler here in the Mental Gymnastic Olympics. And I gotta say, it's a close race. Oh, yeah. Not a close race, but it's the scores are very close, I should say.
かつての私たちは黄金鏡へ行けることを夢見てたね。そこへ行けばどんな願いでも叶う。私たちをこの苦しみから救ってくれる。そう信じてた。
In the past, we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land. If we go there, any wish will be granted. We'll be saved from this pain. That's what we believed. However, in this ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Cannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened. Point out to be survived the twilight, still chosen to duel. Yeah.
僕は嫌だ。これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。
Chadzuhi regrets nothing.
生贄なんてごめんだ。僕と姉さんは生き残る。そして二人で黄金鏡へたどり着く。
I don't like it. Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured. I won't become a sacrifice. Nason and I will remain alive, and we'll reach the Golden Land together.
だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。
That expression of Cannon's right there, it just makes me think like he's screeching. Oh my.
頼むよ姉さん。あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。それを受け取らなければ、あいつは姉さんを生贄には選ばないと約束してくれた。
So I won't let you become the sacrifice of the second twilight. Please, Nason, don't accept that man's ring. If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice. Not second twilight, first twilight instead. Yeah.
それはできないよ。今夜の指輪はとても特別なもの。それを受け取らないことは私の心が許さない。
I cannot do that. Tonight's ring is very special. My heart won't let me refuse it.
姉さん、儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになってる。
Stop, Nason. We're furniture.
その魔女が姉さんだけは見逃すと約束してくれたんだよ。姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ行けるんだ。
Nason, the sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims. And that witch has promised to overlook just you, Nason. You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land.
私だけ？カノン君は？
Only me? What about you, Cannon-kun?
僕は魔女のゲームで十分さ。あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。僕は無力じゃない。わずかの確率を無理やり掴み取ってやる。
The witch's game is enough for me. I'll slip through her clutches. I am not powerless. I'll tightly grasp that faint chance.
僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。本当の人生を始めるために僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。そして人間を手に入れよう。
After all, our lives are transient, aren't they? In order to begin our real lives, let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land. Then, we will gain humanity. I hate you, Cannon.
そうしたらさ、僕も姉さんみたいに恋が知れるかな。もう ハグだからって人を泣かせずに済むかな。
And when we've done that, maybe I'll be able to experience romance just like you, Nei-san. Maybe I won't have to make someone cry just because I'm furniture.
Kanon-kun.
僕はもう家具は嫌だ。絶対に人間になってやる。こんな苦しみから絶対に。
I've had enough of being furniture. I'll definitely become human. I'll escape this pain, no matter what. There were tears in Cannon's eyes. By now, Cannon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day. And Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then. It slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it.
Shannon, さっきから呼んでいる。
Shannon, I've been calling to you for some time now. Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently, he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned back, Cannon had disappeared. It seemed like he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody.
はい。ぼんやりしていてすみません。
Yes, I'm sorry for being careless.
昼食はカノンに頼んだが、本来は私の次の序列のお前が運ぶべきものだ。ベアトリーチェ様は当家の最高の賓客だ。それ以上の賓客はいない。もう一人の親方様と思い、丁重に頼む。
I entrusted Cannon with lunch, but it should have been you, as the next in rank after me, who carried it. Beatrice-sama is the most honored guest of this house. There is no more honored guest than her. Please think of her as another master, and be polite.
よろしいですか。くれぐれも粗相のないようにお願いしますよ。経験の未熟なあなたに託すのは非常に心苦しいですが、当家のルールとあっては仕方ありません。くれぐれも頼みますよ。
Please, take extra care that you make no blunders, understand? It is quite painful for me to entrust this to someone as inexperienced as yourself, but there's nothing we can do about the house's rules. Carry out your duties with the utmost of care. Yoda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities, as one who had been allowed to wear the golden eagle, had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude? Or one of grief? Or else, what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. Okay. And with that transition, I think I'm going to end here for tonight. been struggling to stay focused. I was fairly busy today, so a bit worn out. Oh, it's 11:11. Oh, I find this amusing. So next time, I guess we'll start with yeah, I guess they're calling down Kinzo to dinner, but he probably won't come. Yada yada. Should have some interesting scenes next time. Yeah, I might get to the first Twilight. Make sure I save. Always got to make sure I save. Oh. But yeah, so tomorrow we're back with Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. For anybody new to the stream, if you enjoyed hanging out and you're interested in Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, there are some links below the channel under the socials banner, or you can enter into chat, ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. You put a couple of memes you mentioned on Discord. Excellent. I shall check those out. I always love me some memes. Anyway, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.